Hello and welcome to Kran. We are here in Slovenia, just 12 miles away from the country's capital, Ljubljana, ready to wrap things up at the end of the IFSC season 2013. The city is home to 55,000 people and has a fitting name for our final cup of the year. It is derived from a tribe in prehistory known as the Kani, whose name literally translates into a peak of stone. We have 41 women, 60 men gathered, ready and waiting to take on our very own peak here in the hall. And it has been an incredible year. The word close just doesn't quite seem to cut it anymore, with the results in the women's currently being the closest they have been since 1990. That's 23 years and older than a majority of the athletes that are gathered here to compete. One final push, one last ditch effort. It is time to get excited. Welcome to Kran. Let's take a look at the start lists. And here we are then with our first list for today. Starting off with Elko Schillinger and on to Adam Ondra. Very quick start for him today. This is our men's qualification group 1 here. We're covering both of them for you today as our men's and female qualification is separate. So we start with our men's early this morning. We'll go on to our women's a little bit later on today. And this is Group 1. This is the listing for how they will come out on the first route onto Loic Timmermans. Some interesting new names on here as well. Gasper Pintar, Slovenia. Obviously they have a bigger team here, it being on their home turf. Geir Sodorin as well for Sweden. And Stefan Bednar, we haven't seen in a while for Slovakia. Oh, this is how they're coming out in Group 1. We'll go over on to Group 2 in just a few moments' time. These are all of our athletes. As you can see, it's going to take quite a while to get through them. We have 60 male athletes here. We split that list at halfway and stagger the starting on both of these routes. So here on this page here of the list on Group 1, Dmitry Fakiryanov and Connor Byrne. From there on, they will be starting, that's our starting order on Group 2. So as I say, it's staggered and into two separate groups. Coming out at the same time, Dmitry Fakiryanov for Russia will be first out to climb alongside Elko Schillinger for the Netherlands. Welcome if you are joining us. We're here for a long day of coverage for you today. We have the men's qualifications, straight into the women's qualifications, a brief break, and then for a change of pace, straight into our semi-finals as well tonight. So later on this evening, we'll be showing you the semi-final round as well. The finals tomorrow starting off around about 5 o'clock. In a brief moment's time, as always, I'll be chatting to our chief route setter here, Christian Bindhammer. He'll be coming up to talk through the routes here. And here onto the final page then, Sachiyama there in the final mix-up, Min Hyunbin, Ramone. All the greats here to try and see out the end of the 2013 season. And like I mentioned a few moments ago, the real excitement here in terms of how close this could be currently lies with the women's. We're still looking at a pretty close lineup as well in the men's. The top of our World Cup rankings for the year so far. Present in the men's, that lies with Sachiyama in first place with 507 points. Jakob Schubert in second with 443 points. And Ramon Julian Publanc in third with 398. Sean McCall in fourth, 324 points. Ramon de Grange fifth, 323. And Min Hyunbin in tied sixth with Manuel Ramon and also Gautier Supper, all on 309 points. It's looking at the moment like it is pretty much set up to be Sachiyama at the end of the year if he has a good competition here. Still, we could see some change as we move towards the end of the competition here tomorrow. If you want to get in touch with us, if you want to speak to anyone here at the venue, get involved in a little bit of a chat, you know where to go. The hashtag's in the bottom right-hand corner for you. You can find us on Twitter using that hashtag. Any questions you might have, do send them in to us. Let us know where you're joining us from and if you're getting excited as we get ready with today. So our first athlete, Elko Scheringerau, for the Netherlands, starts his climb. In a few moments we'll be getting ready with our first athlete from Group 2 as well. Elko from Eindhoven, 29th at Valence just recently, and what a competition that one was as well. If you missed out on any of that, you can find it on YouTube on the IFSC's YouTube channel. Recap all of our competitions throughout the year. See why I'm hammering on about how exciting the end of the year is. 22 years old, Elko. Best result this year was 27th at Inched on the Lead World Cup there for the Seniors 2013. Best result overall on the senior circuit was back in 2011, where he came 23rd at the Climbing World Cup in Kran. Next to him then, Dmitry Fakiryanov, one of our youth athletes, current world youth champion. At only 18 years old, he won the male juniors category at Central Saanich in Canada this year. Also competed at the European Championship at the start of the year when we thought that we were about to have a very serious challenger on our hand for the year. Bit of a surprise for the route setters, weren't expecting him to come out and do quite so well. Was challenging Ramonet as they moved through the competition at the European Championships in Chamonix this year. He ended up in 5th place, making it through to the finals of a senior competition there, but he's also made a couple of other finals as well. Came 4th at Perm this year on home turf in Russia. Current European and world youth champion Dmitry Fakiryanov of Russia. Elko now approaching the roof here then. So these are our two qualifying routes here today. Two more yet to come with the women's a little bit later on this afternoon. Sheila getting in touch. Nice to see you bright and early. Saying morning campers. Yep, it's mostly about the girls this weekend. Beauty versus Brawn. Yain versus Mina. The latter at home. And then a nice little heart with a Sachi next to it. So we're expecting that battle a little bit later on today. That's when we first get started. And an interesting point there from Sheila as well. The latter at home. Mina Markovic on home turf. This is where she won the overall World Cup last year. And she's held that since back in 2011. The last time that they had difficulty between the two of them was 2010, where Mina was reportedly caught saying, "I just can't beat her." Kim Jae-in ending up with a perfect score at the end of that season, 500 points. Way ahead of the competition. That was the last time Kim Jae-in was World Cup ranked number 1. Mina Markovic has held it since then, 2011, 12, and now we move into 13. Currently, the fight is on. I will talk to you a little bit more as we move into the women's later on about how close that is and what needs to be accomplished by both of those athletes to try and secure the overall World Cup title. For now, Elko caught just around the second roof there. We switch to a bigger shot here of Dmitry as he starts to move on to his first roof on Route 2. And nice to be starting things off with a little bit of a bang. Although he won't be going home with any World Cup titles this year, he's definitely shown a return to the IFSC with a bang, and that is Adam Angel, the man on the left-hand side of your screen now, winner of Valence just over a week ago. Very impressive return to sport competition climbing with the IFSC. And he has been away for a while. Undercling here is trying to figure out how to get over the top of these blue volumes underneath the roof. Dimitri unfortunately coming down without a top. Was setting purse this year. Apologies for that, getting myself confused. So, a hope for Slovenia then. We move over onto the left-hand side now. Another big name, Domen Škofic. Made his first Senior World Cup final back in 2012. And has been a frequent finalist ever since then. Not too bad either on the overall rankings for this year. Currently in 9th place. "19 years old, from Ljubljana. And having a brief look at the results from this year so far, he is the current European Youth Champion in the male juniors boulder category from Grindelwald in Switzerland. Also came fourth at Briançon on the IFSC senior competition in the lead there this year. Second at the male juniors lead European Youth Championship in Imst, and that was in the lead category, and also third at the World Youth Championship in Canada. Next to him, our current European champion, Ramon de Grange. Slow and steady here from Ramon. Nice easy start to the day for some of these athletes in the qualifying rounds. Adam Mondra making it look relatively straightforward, securing himself a place as he moves on to one more climb for the day. All of these athletes have 2 climbs. They will climb both routes that we see here. We then work out their point score based on their height on both of the routes and combine them to give us their overall points. Here with Ramon then currently at the moment, up onto the 26th, now 27th hold. A total on this route of 42. So slightly longer than the route that Domen is climbing on at the moment. Domen also not far from the top now. Manages to hold on there after a bit of a shaky moment. He's got up again. You can see him shaking his head there at the top. He obviously didn't feel too confident as he got right to the very end. He's had a bit of a mixed season so far this year. A couple of fluffs involving feet in the wrong places. A couple of heel hooks, misread beaters have brought him down. Mistake at Perm, and also whilst on the Asia Tour. A mistake in Mokpo there as well. Ramon de Grange coming up over the lip here, starting to move towards the end of this route then. That's the 40th hold he has there, just one more brief switch. It's coming back down a little bit now. Up to the black, clip in, and then this is his. So Adam Ondra, Ramon de Grange, Domen Shkovits, all with tops so far today. We move over to Thomas Winter for the Czech Republic.
Next one for route number 2, Max Rudiger, Austria.
So as we now get started with Oban Primozic on the wall, and also we'll be going over onto Route 1 again now for Willem Verzak. We are going to have a brief conversation with our chief route setter here, Christian Blindhammer, who is sitting next to me now. Christian, how are you?
Yeah, very fine, thank you. Nice to meet you, and we hope we have a good competition here.
So you've been here quite a while, setting things ready for this. Is it a week all in all that you've had to get things ready for the final comp?
Yeah, we were there 2 weeks ago to set the routes, because it was the autumn holidays here, and it's a school hall, so it was more silent. So we sat there and we had a good time there.
It's been nice having the time to go and get ready so far in advance. Were you allowed back once you'd set it, once the school had come back during that time, or did you have to just set in the break and then just spend the next week worrying about it?
Yeah, actually it was just a break. So in the end we had time pressure again, you know, but still we could finish it later on, you know. So when school will start again, but so we were really not in pressure, so to finish the routes. But finally we finished right in time, you know.
How many have you got on your team here? I mean, and how have you picked them? Are they people that you're used to working with, you've worked with before, and you just said that I want those guys to work with me on this one? And how many is your team normally?
Yeah, actually, you have always the situation that you have local route setters here, and this time also we had the local route setter, which was also the IFSC second route setter with Ayosha Grom here. So in the end it's always advantage if you have a local route setter, because he knows all the place and all the stuff, so you lose not a lot of time to get ready. And then we had one more route setter from actually France, Jan Chenou, which is living in London, so it's from England, Great Britain. And it was good to have a more tall team to have more reflections about the routes.
Do you think about stylistic differences between the people that you have on your team? For example, I know that Jan sets a bowler-only gym in England, and so there's a lot of bouldering. Is it nice to have a mix of different people that specialise in different areas of sports climbing? Is that something that you always intend to do?
I think that's always very important to have some different styles in the routes, so that it's not always one style if you have one competition. So in the end we try that, but it's always also the location have to fit a little bit. You have to react also a little bit with the organizer. He wants to have maybe different kind of routes a little bit, you know. So you have to work a little bit with that. It makes no sense to just to try to push a very special style of route into the competition where you think as a chief route setter this could be the best, you know. That's not how it will work. It's one team. It has to work in the team, and you have to discuss everything. This is a very important point, and you have to be very open. All the route setters have to be very open of the meanings of the other route setters. So it's never like this, that I say no, this move have to keep like that. If there are three meanings that this is not correct, you know, it's not working like that. So you have to be really open in that case.
Okay, talk to me about what we're actually looking at here. I'm going to go back, and there's more that I want to ask you about competition setting in general. But for now, let's get these guys, because I know they're waiting for them, a little bit more information about what we're looking at here. So we've got Or Wechsler here now for Israel on the left-hand side here. Talk to us about this route, route 1.
Yeah, actually, it starts more in the not so very overhanging left part of the Kran wall, and we had, of course, the aim that people get mostly at least to the roof section, and then it starts to get more hard, more athletic, and you cannot move down again. You have to go on these sections from the roof, and that starts with some not so easy clips. You have to go on, and then you get pumped, and of course the very end, the last 2-3 moves are very selective ones. So in the end you will have a good result from the first round there.
We saw Domen earlier on he managed to get the top, but the last 3 moves didn't look too comfortable for him at all. So we're expecting then to see most of our athletes of a very middle to very good standard hitting that roof with relative ease. But from that point on, they're going to start to get more and more pumped, a little more tired. The clips are in difficult positions, and then especially as you move into the final flat at the end of the wall, this is where we're going to see the falls.
Yeah, that's right. The best ones will reach the top in that route, and the ones which are maybe will go close also to the final or so, or in the better position than the semi, they will fall in the last part, I will expect. And I think the blue one, the other side, is a bit more stiff, so in comparison to the route 1. So that I think that they are just really the ones which could be the finalists can go to the top there, I would expect.
So you think on 2 this is a more difficult route? It's the longer route out of the 2, isn't it? The second one is the one with more holes, the longer route.
It's not so much long, I would say. It's maybe it seems that because the line is a little bit making a little circle in the roof, but in fact I think there's not so many more moves on the route. So it just looks a little bit different, you know. But in fact the style is a bit different because you have more slopes in that blue route, in this route 2, and more compression, and it starts a little bit earlier to get hard, you know. So a little bit more pumpy, and with the structure everything is not so clear. Of course it's a flash, so everybody knows what to do, but still you are not really sure how good is the structure. You're a little bit afraid also to go there, but because you have to move there dynamically and you have to hit the structure, and so a little bit more uncontrolled moves in the blue one if you compare with the black one.
So is that the section you're talking about towards the top here, around this giant grey volume that we have here? This is the point that we've seen quite a few moving up. Now this is the dynamic move you're talking about that is going to require a bit of gall and a bit of going for it from the athletes. Otherwise, the slightest bit of hesitation, we're thinking they're going to be coming down here.
Yeah, right. It's the section all around the grey volume is quite hard. You have to go on. You have to clip also from these positions, and then you have no footholds. You have just the flat structure if you stand in the roof, so you are really under pressure to go on, and this makes the move, this route more difficult in the sun if you compare with the black.
Next one for
Okay, so talk to me briefly about rough estimated grades for both of these then. So on the left-hand side, the first one?
Yeah, I like that question always very much. Like we talked in Purs, this is always quite hard to say. If you compare with the rock climbing routes, which are mainly not the last move is not the hardest, you know. In the competition routes, you always need a good fitness, and if I would say there, it's like 8B and 8A plus route, you know. Somebody will say, oh, I can do 8A plus very well too, you know, but it's completely different situation in the competition route, yeah, because you have really to do a good run and go have the power on the last move, still a good power, you know, to go through the route. So hard to say, but I would say, yeah, like 8B, the blue one, and maybe 8A plus 8B, the black one. But so hard to say that, you know. Maybe it goes also direction 8B, 8B plus.
So these, as I think you've said already to everybody that's watching back at home, very, very rough estimated grades to give you an idea of roughly what we're looking at here. We're looking at an 8A plus on the left-hand side of your screen and an 8B on the right-hand side of your screen for the qualifying rounds for the men's. What have you thought of the overall year this year that we've seen? I mean, obviously you were setting in Purs earlier on in the year. We've seen Perm, we've seen Valence just recently, and we've had Imst with really big walls, different varying setups at every single venue there. Also the Asia Tour we've had Chamonix European Championships. For you, what's been a highlight of the year for you?
Yeah, actually I looked Valence this 2 weeks, 1 week ago? Yeah, 1 week ago. And yeah, it was really exciting to see there. Very nice wall, nice route setting there. I like a lot to follow this competition, and I think Valence is always a really good competition. It was always the best competition for me to compete there in France, because the crowd is like crazy. They are really everything fits very well, and it makes really fun to climb there with these spectators there. And yeah, the show is just great in France, and I think this is was really a highlight in that season this time. And the route setting was also working quite well. You know, you have a good split of the two strong women's with Kim and Mina, which are really equal together. You know, it's always hard for us to split them. And also the men's route was really nice to watch. And yeah, Adam did a really good job there to reach nearly the top.
Now we saw in Purs you taking the almost risky idea for the final of going with that really interesting dynamic setup for the final. You're obviously a fan of the varying techniques. We were talking earlier about the bouldering and the fact that you like to combine different techniques in the climbing. Is that something you're thinking about using, not necessarily dynamic jump or whatever, but a wide variety in one route to try and divide Mina and Kim? Because there must be an awful lot of pressure on you at the moment, at the end of this year, due to how close they are, for you to try and make the two of them get divided at this end of the year.
Yeah, I think this is always in the women's route. It's very dangerous to try that. You can try that, but it's a really high risk. And we come together in the team. We just spoke about what we do to split them, and we will see what we have done in the final. I cannot say something now, but I'm always like quite fan to bring in more dynamic style for the females too, not just for the men's. I think for the men the routes are already quite dynamic, you know, to climb. But fits not all the time to do double dinos and so on. So I'm not the one just to try always to bring in something like a double dino like that. It have to fit, and it's also quite hard in the World Cup to do that, because you cannot put a really good chuck there for the double dyno, because then they rest afterwards. So it have to be no rest. Double dyno with no rest, it's quite hard. It have to fit really well, you know. And yeah, we will see what we have done there, but I'm quite fan of also to bring in more short routes. I think it's a little bit ugly to just to watch really long routes where you see the people always shaking a lot around, and the crowd is just waiting that the starter go to the very top, and the last three moves are the ones which decide, you know.
You mean like Valence are having a shorter wall, or maybe limiting the wall that you actually are given, so that you get the advantage of trying to put the harder moves in, making sure that they get pumped and the spectacle increases.
Yeah. Because if you look the spectators, I think if you look the final, it have to be also not a too long show, you know. You will get tired as a spectator. So I think maybe a limitation of the 50 move or so is just enough, you know, for me, I think. It would be better to have not too high walls, I think. Or if you have high walls, just you put just 6-8 meters really easy chuggy climbing, and then the route starts, you know. If you have that, I think it's a better solution.
Last question before I let you go off and settle into the day. Do you still get nervous at all as a chief setter when you're there and you're thinking, okay, I've got my team together, this rests on me, especially for this, the end of our year, and with the girls being so close, with the boys are still relatively close as well at the end of it. Do you still get nervous and anxious when you start a competition?
Yeah, or I can say it for the route setters in the sum, that we are always nervous if the first guy is starting in, or a girl starting in the route, you know. And if we see the first one climbing very well, then you get more nervous maybe, you know. And sometimes it can happen, like in Perth, I think 3 years ago, the first girl was a local Belgian girl, and she was nearly at the top as the first starter, and everybody said, "Oh, maybe it's too easy. Oh, maybe it's too easy." But I was sure that it will work, and in the end, she gets second. So, yeah, you have to trust also to yourself and to your team that the grade should be okay. And of course, we will watch now the qualifications. We will watch also the semi-final very well, and then we arrange the final that it should work good, you know. But I'm also not the fan that it's impossible to reach the top of a route. So I would try that one at least go to the top, which means you have also risk that two goes to the top. This is always a little bit,
Especially for this situation where you don't want two going all the way up there.
Yeah, I think there are also route setters which are just saying, I have to be sure that at least nobody goes to the top, you know. But I think it's not the goal, you know. This is not the goal. So we need
much harder than every competition before, because this year all the qualifiers were pretty easy, like more than 10 tops, or sometimes also like 18, or yeah. So they said for Kran that it will be hard qualification, so I was really prepared, you know. And then yeah, just the last lap was kind of tricky, but otherwise it was okay. Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. When you said just that it was really easy, the thing that I spotted, because I'm kind of on level with you up here, because we're up in this box towards the top of the wall, that those last 3 or 4 moves, you had a bit of a shake going on there. You looked a little bit uncertain of yourself. What is it about that last section that's tough? You're not the only one that we've seen doing that, by the way. Everyone's been doing it. But tell us why. Why is that top section tough?
Maybe because you get tired a little bit, for sure. But I did a mistake to first step on the right yellow structure. I should just step with the left foot directly up, and it would be simple. Otherwise I lose a lot of power putting my feet to the right and then back again, so that was my biggest problem. Otherwise it's just, I don't know, the holds get a little bit smaller than they are before. Before you have like small jogs really good, so you get kind of shocked, you know, for the last 3, yeah, to switch from the good ones to the bad ones. So that's the main reason why it's tricky.
Especially when you're already pumped by that section. So it's like you're going to get really pumped over that first and then into that second roof, and as soon as you're over that, you're into crimps and the final 3. So not too hard though. You're saying that the first roof was kind of okay. You were shocked at how okay you were with that roof.
Yeah, it's a lot of rests. I mean, even if you have problems, you can rest here at Martinez. You put a heel hook and you have 2 really good ones, so you can rest for the last 5-6 moves. So yeah, I think that's the thing why the route is easy, because you have a save point every, I don't know, 4 moves. So that's why. Yeah. But otherwise I really like it. I like the change that they did on the wall. If you see, they changed the left part of the wall. It's before it was the same roof as on the right side of this box. So that's really cool. I really like it.
You mean that they've put this flat section in as opposed to going into the roof and out again?
Yeah.
Well, looking at the right-hand side then, this is the one that's going to be more difficult for you. You can probably tell that by just looking at it. What are you thinking about this next route? You've still got this one to climb. What are you thinking of it? Is this going to be a similar thing? What's your mentality about this route?
I think it's a similar level as this one. So yeah, I'm gonna prepare same as this one. Now it's not the early morning anymore. It's kind of hard the first route always. You know, you don't actually know if you're warmed up enough yet. So for this one, I think I'm warmed up, and I can't wait to go it. It's just, but I will have to wait for another 2 hours, I think, because it's so many people.
Yeah, we have 60 all in all, so splitting into 2 groups of 30 and rotating, it's going to take a while. I think you get a bit of a rest now, which could be a good thing, but at the same time you want to stay ready to go. Talk to me about what this competition means to the Slovenian team, because obviously you're on home turf here. You've got Mina that's really gunning for the top of that ranking, yourself at the moment in 9th, so you've got a chance of moving up a little bit more if you do well at this comp. What does Kran mean to you at the end of the year?
Kran, I think, to our team is definitely one of the most important comps of the year. There are just maybe championships that are more important to us. I always screw it in Kran. I don't know. I have to mentally accept the home audience. You know, it's kind of I don't know why I build myself pressure, but I don't know, because I want to really perform good before my I don't know, yeah, friends and families, you know. So yeah, that's maybe. But this year I hope I break through this, and yeah, I really want to show my best performance here. So yeah, I'm really excited about Kran every year.
You were born here, right? You were born in Kran.
I think in Ljubljana, but I live close to here. It's 15 minutes by car on the highway, so yeah, it's pretty close. It's maybe less than 20 kilometers to here. So yeah, basically I'm from here around. Yeah.
Was this your school?
Yeah. First I went here, but not actually this complex. It's first year I went there, but then I changed my school to Jesenice. It's on another side of my home because they had a sports school, you know. I was like skipping too much of school, and they said we won't watch you here if you skip so much. So I went to sports school where I could skip the school. So yeah.
You make it sound like being a sports climber is like the slackers option. The people that don't ever go to school, they get special treatment. So anyone watching, that's what you should be doing at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know. In sports school, I could manage all the tests where I had a chance to do it. You know, in Kran, I had to be in school to do it because yeah, it was different mentality. So yeah.
Plan for the break then, and next year you've obviously started to more and more frequently make finals. I mean, I think it's just one, isn't it, so far this year that you've missed out? Is it two now? Is it two? But it was up until recently a frequent fact that I was saying Domen, who has made every single World Cup final this year. So you've clearly upped the bar again for your own standards. I mean, I remember back in Atlanta 2012, that was you making the first finals and really pushing into the senior category. And then this year it's been a frequent thing. So where from here? What's the next plan?
Yeah, I really like it that I go step by step. First year I was close to finals, 9th place, then finals next year, now finals frequently. So I really like the progression. Maybe next year, hopefully, I don't know, some podiums. So yeah, I like to go it slow. But for next year, it's plan, I don't know, just train really hard and yeah, try my best, you know. But now, after this comp, I have a break and I hope that I'll have a lot of time for rock climbing because I had to skip it a lot this year. Basically, I wasn't in rock at all, and I really hate it, you know, because I love rock climbing. So I go to Spain definitely for the new year, so I can't wait for that.
Domen, thank you for talking to us. I'm going to let you go and chill out for a little bit. Now we'll talk to you hopefully towards semis and finals.
Okay, yeah, hopefully.
Thank you, Domen. Cheers.
Next one for route number 2, David Barnes, Great Britain.
So, nice to have a bit of catch up then with Domen a few moments ago, but now as we're getting started into the day, I'm going to welcome Franz Krachenberger, who's here with us now. Franz, how are you?
Well, yeah, quite fine now at the moment. A bit disappointed of the route, but of me.
How long now have you got before you start moving on to the second one? Have you got quite a long break in between this?
Actually, I don't know how long the break is. I'll have to look onto the list, but I think, yeah, I've got some time.
Okay, so talk to us about what you've been up to this year. Have you been working at home quite a bit? We've seen you a couple of times, but what's been happening?
Actually, I've been training a lot in the beginning of the year, and then I broke my arm, so I had big rest, and now coming back to the comps.
Talk to us about that. How have you ended up doing that? Was it an accident whilst climbing, or was it something you were doing?
No, it was
Cycling.
slacklining.
Oh, slacklining.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So what happened? Talk us through the accident.
Actually, I sat on the slackline, and then I talked to my friends to like pull the slackline, and then, you know, like a
bow.
Yeah, like a bow. Then I've been falling. I've been falling like 3 meters or something, and then on my left arm, then it broke.
Talk to me about the comeback from an injury like that. How long has it taken until you're feeling, obviously now you're starting to get comfortable enough to climb again, but how long has that taken to heal up?
It takes about 3 months to put the weight on. So first it's all about moving the arm and making it work smoothly, and then after 3 months you can hang on and start to train again.
So if you had a lot of physiotherapy and the Swiss team have been looking after you and helping you recover to get back to this standard?
Oh yeah, sure. The Swiss team helped me to get back because there's not so much Swiss climbers anymore.
So how's it feeling now? You've just said you weren't too happy with the first run. So is it part to do with the arm, or is it just
no?
enjoy
It's
the
just
route?
I did a stupid mistake. I went with the wrong hand, and then I wasn't pumped at all. Felt good.
Right, so you've got one more still left to come today. What's the plan for next year? Are you going to be taking some time over Christmas, getting out on rock a little bit, and then starting the season off again?
Yeah, exactly. Going to climb outside and then trying to train hard again, train good to be ready for the next season.
And what's the idea with the different disciplines next year? Is there any chance we could be seeing you doing some of the bouldering comps as well as the
Oh
lead?
yeah, definitely.
Yeah?
I did some bouldering comps and I'm really into bouldering and lead, both. I like both. So yeah, you're gonna see me on bouldering comps and on lead
So
comps.
we're seeing another one that's because we have like obviously Jakob and Sean that are now starting to be multidisciplined. It seems to it's becoming a running trend with the younger athletes.
Yes, it is, definitely. You wanna be, because bouldering is so much fun. You wanna be strong there as well. So.
Which do you prefer?
Actually, I'm more the lead climber, but I like to do boulder for fun because you can have fun easily. Otherwise, in lead climbing, it's always about performing and.
I suppose there's a social aspect with bouldering.
Yeah.
You're down on the ground, the crowd's next to you, you know.
Yeah, that's it. You're out with friends, and in the route you're always alone. Yeah, that's it.
Well, Franz, I wish you all the best with the next set of the routes. Thank you for coming and having a
Yeah,
chat
thank
with
you.
us.
Thank
I will
you
see
too.
you later on in the comp.
Yeah, thank you.
now it's much more really like resistance and going really powerful to the top and like in no time. So I had to change my style of climbing as well.
Now, our chief here is Christian Bindhammer, who was setting at Purs just recently.
Yeah.
You've done one route today, yeah? You've been on there once already. Now, how is it comparing to Purs? Are you worried? Are you concerned about the fact that it's the same chief, or are you excited?
I just hope there won't be any jump in the semi-final or final. That's my only. But no, it's cool. I mean, it's definitely different because here the wall is really different than in Purs, so it's really hard to compare because the wall is much more different than in Purs. Purs is really very long, and so I think you cannot compare both comps. So no, I'm not worried.
Good. How was the first climb for you?
Oh, it's so
today?
cool. It was a bit. For me, it's really short, so it was like really going really fast, and I like more longer routes and really going shaking everywhere. But no, I had to go climbing a bit faster, and it went actually pretty well.
And how did you do on the first one? Because I've
I
been
followed
speaking to
the
people.
very last move on the pinch at the end.
Didn't quite get the top.
No, I slipped with my left hand, so
So this is interesting to me because Domen was when he was up at that point as well had a really shaky finish on that one, and as he
Yeah.
was coming down, I could see him just shaking his head to himself, going, "No." But he made it. He got the top in there. So was it a similar thing to Domen? Domen was talking about some of the footholds up there.
yeah,
cross.
same. He went firstly with the right foot on the right, and then he went to the left. So I tried to do the same, and when I wanted to reach the pinch, my hand just slipped off, so I fell, but it's okay.
And then what's the plan for you over the break? Where are you going? Are you going to get back onto rock and spend some time
After
there?
this?
After this,
No, just go back to university because I started studying law in Belgium. So I really have to focus on university when I'm going back to Belgium.
So
So
law.
no rock.
It's law that you're doing.
Law, yeah.
Wow. Okay. And how many years is that going to take you?
Normally 5.
And is this your first?
Yeah.
So you've got a long way to go then
Yeah,
on this
yeah.
one. So
I know.
how are you planning on combining that? I mean, I know a lot of the athletes, like Sebastian, who comes with me sometimes, and there's a lot of the Austrian athletes that are in school or university at the moment doing different courses. I think the comedy of it is Anna Storr, and she was unstoppable this year in Boulder, and as you well know. How hard is it to mix university studying and being a professional
Well,
sports
it's my first year, my first month, so I cannot say if I'm doing it good or not. So, but for the moment, it's going quite well because in law there are not many courses, so I have really time to plan my journey and to say, okay, now I'm going to study, now I'm going to training, and it's just a good organization, and then it's okay.
So you literally started in September?
Yep.
Just. Okay, I can't
Just
ask
started,
you about that
so,
yet. I'll
yeah.
ask you next year.
Yeah.
When we come back
That
next
will
year,
be
I'll
better.
say what's
Because now it's
happening.
like
That's when you have no hair.
until now it's going good, but I don't know for next year.
I wish you all the best with making it through to semi-finals later on. We'll have another chat then, yeah?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Gremo Jure, zdaj uspešno. Next to for route number 1, Stefano Gisolfi from Italy, and from Ukraine, Anton Mardashov. Gremo Jure, majte spodbude za Jureta. Drži, drži. Odlično. Še malo. Gremo Jure. Odlična predstava Jureta, samo malenkost je zmanjkalo, da bi bil četrti tekmovalec v smeri številka 1, ki je prišel povsem do vrha, to je zdaj uspelo Adamu Ondri, Domnu Škoficu in pa Tomasu Žonesu. Naslednji v smeri številka 1, Italijan Stefano Gisolfi, we are calling for route number 1, Anton Mardashov from Ukraine and Martin Tekles from Germany. To the top is from Italy. Now we need to clean the roots.
So well underway with our male qualifications. Then nice to chat to some of the boys a few moments ago after their experiences here on the walls. Some shout outs to some of the people that are joining us then. To Stephen Reed saying, watching quals in Kranj to get inspiration before setting route for children's climbing competition in Norway. Nice to hear and nice to have you with us again. Some of you joining us as well on some of the other feeds here, asking for the links to the lists of when the athletes are next out. Obviously, we played the start list at the beginning. You can rewind your YouTube video if you want to go back and see what order they are coming out. But of course, you can also get onto the IFSC's page. If you're not on it at present, that is ifsc-climbing.org. And on there, you should have the live results coming in for you, and also the start lists are available on there as well. At the moment, then we move on to Sebastian Helenki, young gentleman who was our co-commentator in Valence just recently. Hoping to not have him as a co-commentator this time, because that only happens when Sebastian doesn't make it through to the semis or the finals, so we're hoping that he does make it through today as he starts his climb here on Route 2. Route 1 at the moment is being cleaned, so you're not missing anything on that one. We'll stick with this full screen shot for a while with Sebastian and with the next few climbers on Route 2 whilst Route 1 is under maintenance, and then we'll be back with that in a few moments' time. Tomo here as well saying an amazing top by Sean, hope he wins this one. One more climb left today in the qualification round for Sean McCall. We also then have a little bit later on the semis for you as well. While we are watching Sebastian here, then approaching the lip on Route 2, we are joined by Stefano Gazolfi now for a brief conversation about how he's got on today. Stefano, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Was it good?
Yeah, it was good.
So how have you found the setting here for this first route? Is it enjoyable, your style, or would you say it's something that you're not quite used to? How was it in general, the route?
Yeah, it's quite my style, because the first part is easy, and the last two quick rolls are the hardest part. So it's my style.
This top section of the wall, we saw Domen having a bit of a struggle with it earlier on, shaking his head as he came down. I spoke to a couple of the other boys as well a few moments ago. Luke Timmermans was in here and he had a similar problem up towards the top. What was it at the top that caused the problem for you? What was the hardest move there?
Yeah, the hardest moves are the pre-last move, because there are small crimp, and but the other rolls are very good. So you arrived not so not so good, but if you are not pumped, you can do. But if you are a little pumped, it's very hard.
Okay, just looking and having a brief look at your previous results so far for this year. Briançon obviously into the finals there, 6th place here on that one. And results for last year as well, 2012. This is on the male juniors lead circuit. You had the silver place at Imst, 5th at Voiron in France as well, and then you have this here that sticks out like a sore thumb to me, which is Zinning 2012, the senior competition for the lead there. Your last medal on the IFSC.
Yeah, my first medal.
Your first and your last, but that was only last year, and you're still only 20 years old, so you're still very, very young. What is it like as a young athlete coming into the senior level? I'm guessing you were probably around 19 at the time that you won that one. What was it like winning that at such a young age?
It was a surprise for me because I didn't expect the medal so soon, but I hope there will be more medal in my future.
What was it about Zinning that helped you get to that stage? You say it was a surprise. Did you find the style was towards your leaning, or was it? What was it there? Were you just on good form?
I was in my best form of the last year, and the route setting was fitting my style perfectly. So it was a bit luck, and it was great.
What about your experience this year? We've seen you at pretty much every comp. You've been at quite a lot of them this year. What is it about this year that have you found it a step back for yourself after that win in Zinning? Has it been more difficult? Are you spending less time training? What is it?
I think I'm at the same level of last year, maybe a bit stronger, but competition are strange, are weird, and it's hard to go to the final. But I think I'm stronger than last year, but also the other climbers are stronger.
Favorite comp of the year for you so far? Which has been the best comp for you?
Of this year?
Of this year, yeah.
Maybe Briançon. The first competition was best results, but I'm happy because I did 3 finals so far. So maybe the final, maybe McCall also was the best results because I was 8th, but I climbed better in semi-final.
Talk to me a little bit about Italy and how the team works over there. Is it national competitions that provides the selection for the athletes that get through onto the team?
Yes, also the results of last year are the selection for this year.
So it goes on the actual IFSC results as well,
yes,
from being at these competitions?
Yeah.
Right, okay. So you must be pretty secure then on a place for next year and for years coming on after.
Yes, I think so.
What is climbing like in Italy? How is it received there? Is it a big sport in Italy? Do you have a lot of gyms?
Yes, we have a lot of gyms, especially in my city. I live in Turin. There are 5 gyms, 1 of lead climbing, 4 of boulder, and I think is the best city for climbing in Italy. But also other cities have many climbing gyms.
How is Arco received in Italy? Obviously the Rock Masters there every year. Is it a big event? There are a lot of people talk about it in Italy and head down for the Rock Master from Italy.
It's the best event in Italy, I think, Rock Master, yeah.
And what about hopes for the future for the team, for you guys, for Italy? Who have we got that's new and young that might be coming up onto the team over the next few years? You got a good youth selection?
There are many young people in Italy that are strong. I think there is Stefano Carnati that's winning the World Youth Championship. Also in boulder and speed are strong climbers.
So the coaches that you have, are they assigned specifically to, do you all have your own individual trainers, or do you work under one chief as a group? How do you work? Do you get together with the athletes from Italy to train at the same time, or do you train separately in different
No, we
groups?
train separately because we are from different cities, not so near, so we train separately. Maybe sometimes I train with Marcello Bombardi because he lives in Turin, but the other are not so near.
And what does your training consist of? Of a weekly training routine for you? How often and how long are you training?
I train not in a competition period. almost 6 days a week for 3-4 hours a day.
And do you switch that between bouldering and lead as well? Do you do any sort of different styles of training? How often would you switch to, say, doing resistance and to doing maximum power?
I do
when would you?
most resistance because I do lead, but once a week I do boulder for power.
Now, I talked to you, I think it was Perm, I think it was, we were sitting and having a conversation about bouldering around the table with Montero, who was there as well. We were talking about whether you ever have any aspirations of coming over onto the bouldering circuit as well, whether you ever see yourself doing some of the bouldering World Cups for IFSC. Do you think that's something that you'll ever come on to doing? Bouldering?
I know, I don't compete in boulder.
This is the answer you gave me before. What I wanted to do is to have it on air so people can hear. I wanted to ask you, why don't you think you won't come over onto the... You prefer the style of lead? You would like to focus on that instead?
I prefer the lead climbing, but I think I'm better to concentrate on only on endurance because I'm stronger in lead climbing.
This is interesting to me because we've got a lot of people that we're talking to that we're seeing more and more. Some of the younger athletes are multidisciplined now. They tend to do the lead and the boulder as well. So it's just interesting to get your perspective and as someone that is focusing on just one. Do you think it's because the training and the amount of pure competitions you would have to do is a lot more if you do both?
I think it's possible to do both, but I'm not so strong as Jakob or the other Sean that do both. So I have to reach them in lead, and maybe then I will do bouldering.
And how often do you get out in Italy? Is there a lot of places you can go out on rock and do some just outdoor climbing outside of the gym?
Yeah, I like Aosta Valley. It's near my home, and yes, it's the most, I think, beautiful place in Italy. Also Arco I like, but it's not so near, but I go in holidays.
And is that the plan now, after we finish here in Kran, you're going to go and spend some time out on rock again before next year?
Yes, now I think I will rest 15 days for not climbing, and then I will go on rocks in Italy, I think.
And are you capable of just being a professional climber year round, or are you at university as well, or do you have a job on the side, or how does it work for you? How do you manage your time between being a professional rock climber and the personal life?
I'm a professional rock climber because I'm in the police team, so I can climb, but I go also in university in my free time. So I am a professional climber.
Well, I was just speaking to Loic because he's just starting to do a degree himself in law, and I was saying how easy is it to balance the two, doing the rock climbing and doing the university studies? And he said, well, I've only just started, so I don't know yet, ask me in a year. But for yourself, how easy is it to combine university and climbing?
Yeah, it's quite easy because university doesn't take me any more time because it's a quite easy university for me.
What is it that you're studying?
I don't know, it's in English, the physical education.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, it's almost like sports science.
Yeah, sport.
So it's kind of something you already have, the foot in the door with the climbing. It actually helps.
Yeah, so it's easy for me.
Okay, Stefano, thank you for coming and talking to us.
Thank you.
Can we have a chat over the semis at some point as well?
Okay.
See how you're getting on after the second climb, and as we go into the semi-finals, I want to see how you're finding the routes through the day.
Okay.
Thank you, Stefano.
Thank you.
Cheers. Well, as you can see on your screens at the moment, we are currently in a route cleaning section, so it's going to be a little bit of time now while the route setters just get up on the wall and maintain the routes before we carry on with the next set of athletes. We are currently around about a third of the way through our qualifications. Interesting point from Sheila in the Twitter sphere, getting in touch saying watch out for Elan Jonas McCrae of Canada. He did do very, very well in Valence at the last comp, and he's been training with the Slovenians ever since. So we wait to see how he gets on a little bit later on. Good effort to start the competition here from him today. So please bear with us. In a few moments' time, we should be back underway with the competition, with our qualifying rounds. At the moment, a route cleaning.
Magnus Midbo from Norway, please be ready. Francesco Betorata, Italy, and from Japan, Naoto Hakamada.
And this is Magnus Midbo here now, starting off on route 2. Haven't seen Magnus for a while. His first competition after a bit of a break. One of our athletes with an incredible amount of maximum power. We are also about to get things started over on our first wall as well. Our next athlete up here now for Germany. Magnus, born in Bergen in Norway. 174 centimeters in height, 68 kilograms in weight. First began climbing in 2000. 11 gold medals between 2005-2007 in the European Youth Cups in lead. He's been Norwegian champion from 2005 all the way through to 2012, and that's an annual event, so that's 8 times Norwegian champion, and Nordic champion between 2005-2011, another annual event, so 7 times Nordic champion. He was also the bouldering Canadian champion in 2011. Making short work of getting up towards the crooks here on the wall. We'll see how he gets on through these next few moves here now. Martin Teckels of Germany, 22 years old, world ranked 79th, 29th at Purs this year in Belgium, under the same route setter that we currently have here, Christian Bintama. 29th, incidentally, his best result on the IFSC senior circuit. Also has a 31st position at Kran in 2012, the end of last year, and a 36th place in Imst at the end of last year as well. Martin for Germany now on route 1. Magnus with a risky move there over to the left hand side, but he's managed to get a good footing. And now moves up again. He's got to get up to that clip there just ahead of him. You can see black hole just to the side. He manages to get it. And a clip there sees a top from Magnus Midbo, exactly what we would expect from this athlete, our climbing Viking. We now wait to see how he gets on with his second climb of the day and whether we'll see him through to the semi-finals. Francesco Vetterata for Italy, Stefano's teammate here next to Christoph Hanke, Sebastian's teammate for Germany, and next to male athletes on the wall. Christoph has been making pretty much every single competition of the year so far. Young athlete for Germany, currently still in school, 19 years old, from Olching, world ranked 31st at the moment, came 7th at the male junior lead World Youth Championships in Saanich, Canada this year. We were there. 5th also at the European Youth Championships in Imst. Best result so far to date for Hanke is third place position. Third place at the Male Youth A-Lead European Youth Cup in Veliko Tarnovo, Bulgaria, 2011. Francesco Vetterata, 21 years old. 15th on the world rankings, looking at results so far for this year. 12th place at Valence, 18th place at Perm, 14th at Purs, 20th at Imst, and 12th at Briançon. He also competed in the European Championships this year, came 13th at Chamonix. Was World Cup ranked 19th at the end of the IFSC World Cup season 2012. We also saw Francesco at the World Championships back in Paris 2012. He came 29th there also. Doing particularly well here at this point on the wall, one move away from the top. See him shaking out a little bit. Manages to get a hand on that clip, secures the top for him as well on a trickier route here, according to the route setting team. And unfortunately, Hanke reaching up to the top of the ball there, coming down. Noto Hakamada for Japan here. And Gauthier Super for France, our third place position bronze medal winner from Valence just recently. This young athlete's going to be looking to finish the year on a bang here, especially considering he's in contention on the World Cup rankings for a high place this year. I'll go through that in a minute with you. Naoto's 21 years old, world ranked 30th, currently World Cup ranked 25th. Came 25th at Valence this year, 10th place at Ouyang though. His best result so far to date in China. Has done better on the male juniors lead though. That's the Asia Youth Championships in Singapore 2011. He took a silver medal there. Now Gauthier Super at the moment is currently in tied 6th place with Min Hyun Bin and also Manu Ramon. 3 of them are in tied 6th place with 309 points. So based on how they perform here, we could see them switching around a little bit. And up until just recently, it was Super and Degrange, Ramon Degrange, who is currently in 5th place, that were in contention for that position a little bit earlier. So Super has the possibility here, if the Kranj has a bad run, and obviously he's not going to wish that on a teammate, but if he does, of getting himself back up into 5th place on the World Cup rankings. At the moment, it's all about Sachi Ama, though. We wait to welcome him out onto the wall a little bit later. .507 points is seeing him quite far ahead of Jakob Schubert with 443 at the moment. At the top for Gaudier Super. We get ready to welcome some of our Austrian athletes, but here over on Route 2 now, just starting off, Ramon Julian Piblanc of Spain. A mixed year for Ramon so far. Some good, some really bad for him considering who he is and his station within the climbing world. Multiple world and European champion on the senior level, also winner of the World Games at Cali.
And Sachi Ama, both from Japan. For route number 1, the last climber who came to the top, Gautier Super from France. Now, already on the way from Austria, Lukas Kopp. And the next one, Sergei Epi, Slovenia.
Ramon started climbing when he was a child with his parents, competed in senior categories from 2001. And on November 17th, 2002, which is a year difference of 11 years to the day tomorrow, he took his first victory and first podium in the Lead World Cup in Kran, the last stage of the 2002 season. So exactly this date, 11 years ago, Ramon Julian Piblanc won his first ever victory, first ever podium in the Lead World Cups here in this venue. Could we see a repeat this year? Now, in 2004, he won the gold medal at the European Championships in Lecco in Italy. And since then has been twice European champion, 2 times world champion as well. Look forward to seeing how Ramon is going to get on as he moves through this competition. Lukas Kopp for Austria. His best so far this year is 15th place at Perm in Russia. Had a 19th place at Purs also, Lucas. And here you can see the relative ease from Ramon Julian Piblanc as he tops and is now racing his bib number down to the ground as it disappears from his back at the very top of the wall. But a nice easy top there for him. to Matsushima here now then for Japan, 31 years old. World ranked 16th, World Cup ranked 20th so far this year. Came 12th at both McCall and PERS this year. 10th at Kran, 11th at McCall 2012, and 10th at the World Championships in Paris 2012 as well. Best result so far to date is a 4th place position at the Asian Continental Championships in 2 separate years, once in 2010 and once in 2009. And next to him, just starting off now, is Sergej Epi of Slovenia. Another one of the team competing here. Looking very, very good here. We've seen a sudden surge in athletes managing this secondary, supposedly the harder of the men's qualifications, just fine at the moment. Pressure is definitely on the route setters now. We're going to be hoping that we'll see a lot more falls as we move through today. Sergej with a pinch here, the crowd right behind him, and unfortunately moving for the top just a little bit too quick there. And that's cost him a top. Mario Lechner there on the ground for Austria, getting ready to go. Good effort there from Sergej, but unfortunately no top. And here is our number 1 at present, Sachi Ama of Japan. Incredible year so far for him. Not only keeping the pressure on the other athletes, but also excelling at most of our events. Jakob, the only real major competition at the moment for him. 24 years old, Sachiyama. Results for this year then, Valence not so good for him. Made the finals but ended up in 6th place. Before that, Ouyang and Mokpo, gold medals. Silver medal in PERS, gold medal at Imst, silver medal at Briançon. And that's his year so far. A win at Valence would almost definitely have secured the overall win for him. I'll be talking to Tim Hatch a little bit later on in the competition, some point during the semi-finals, just like we do with Mr. Graham Alderson normally, about what can potentially happen with the top rankings for the men. We almost certain already what's held at McCall this year. Min Hyun Bin, frequent finalist. Very individual in his style as well, I would say. He's got the height of Ramone. They are exactly the same height, Min and Ramone. But his style is quite a bit different. He's got this sort of maximum power edge that some of the athletes like Sean McCall, who's also quite short, but also Jakob Schubert have. And Min used to study the old tapes of Ramone climbing when he was first getting into competition climbing, to try and improve his understanding of how a small athlete deals with certain problems during the routes. Daisuke Kasahara next to him now, fighting his way over the lip. Roughly the same point on the wall, both of these athletes at the moment. Hyun Bin moving up again. atop for Min Hyun Bin. Exactly what we would expect. We get on with our next athlete over onto Route 1 here now then for a buzz cut Jakob Schubert. He started on his first climb of the day. In answer to some of your questions as well, has Adam started on both routes yet? No, he has not. He's only climbed one so far today. We've still got another climb from Adam yet to come. Now, moving past the first lip and into the crux of the wall here. These next 4 or 5 moves through this sequence here.
Previso, gremo Domen. V prvem kvalifikacijskem nastopu je Domen prišel do vrha. Gremo Domen. Malček vzpodbude. Še nekaj gibov. Gremo Domen.
Domen just a couple of moves away here. That hand on to try and secure that corner of the volume before going up for the final hold, and unfortunately he's just slipping at the last moment. He's shaking his head, but he is kind of smiling at the same time. A top from the first route then, and very, very nearly a top on the second one. He's going to be kicking himself a little bit about that. Back down on the ground again now, though. Thomas Binter for the Czech Republic now. Starts off on the same route as we go over onto Route 1 with Ramon de Grange as well, about to come out and start for us.
Next one for route number 2 is Tomáš Binder from Czech Republic, and for route number 1 from France, Roman de Grange. And we are calling next to
Lorenzo saying, I'm organising a live TV session to watch with some friends, semis and finals. Go Italian team. Nice chat earlier on today to Stefano Gazolfi. Still one more climb yet to come for him today. Semis later on this evening. Bit of a change to our normal routine. And the finals then tomorrow as well. Be joined by a couple of specialists as we move into the semis and the finals as well to analyse what's happening here on the wall. And we'll be interviewing and chatting to a few more of the athletes as we move through the competition as well. Of course, speaking as well to Christian Bindhammer about the next set of routes that we're going to be looking at. Orvechler here now then starting off his second climb. Jurvec, the younger brother of Clement. Into our second climb of the day for these athletes, then we're going to be having a cleaning a little bit later on. Support from the ground for Jur as he starts to move up in towards the second little roof section here. Managed the first lip. Big push here for Orvechler then. Can he hold on here as he goes up onto the large volume ahead of him? This is the crux on Route 2. Risky here for this position. And unfortunately, not quite managing to get up onto that next volume. You're looking very composed here at the moment. Heel hook into the dish here. And unfortunately, a little bit too quick there. Foot came out as he went up as well. Move on to our next set of athletes. Martin Klemser here for the Czech Republic. That's Rudiger for Austria.
And back down, unfortunately, after moving into the first roof here. Rudiger still fighting over the first lip. "20-year-old athlete from Eben. Finished up on the World Cup rankings at the end of 2011 in 28th place. At the end of 2012 in 47th place. Results predominantly on the male juniors categories of European Youth Cups and World Championships. 4th place at the World Youth Championship in Singapore. Down on the Sentosa beach last year, 2012. Gold medals for Max at Pau in France for the Male Juniors League European Youth Cup, as unfortunately we lose him there. Also a couple of other gold medals on the Male Juniors Boulder at Moran, 2011. Veliko Tarnovo in the lead there, 2011, and also in Edinburgh in the lead in 2011. All on the male juniors categories. Jakob Hibernorum now out for Norway. Mikhail Chernikov has for a long time been the big hope for Russia in lead climbing competitions. He's 28 years old from Voronezh, world ranked 18th, World Cup ranked 21st. He's been as high as 11th at the end of the World Cup rankings in 2012. Results for this year: 9th place at the European Championships in Chamonix, 11th at Imst this year in the lead. Best and highest results so far to date: 4th place at the Rockmaster 2012, 4th place at Chamonix, the World Cup there in 2012, and also a 4th place at Kran here in 2009. One of the reasons I was saying it's so good to see him getting a bit of a team together now with Dmitry Fakiryanov, one of the young and up-and-coming lead athletes. With Dinara Fakhritinova as well in the women's, being our current European champion. Russian athletes and the Russian Federation that usually dominates bouldering and speed, now also seeming to push forward with some youth and younger athletes in the lead as well. Very good morning to Mr. Graham Alderson, who's joining us. I was just explaining, Graham, to everyone else that you're not here to go through all the results with us of the World Cup rankings, so I might have to do that with Tim, who's our technical delegate for the IFSC, down on the ground a little bit later on. Have a chat through the World Cup rankings as they stand at the moment and what people have to potentially do to be on that podium by the end of this competition. As we know, it's the closest it's been with the women's since 1990. It has not been this close between two athletes at the last stage of the competition since 1990. That's 23 years. That's older than Jakob Schubert, to put that in perspective for you. We've not seen a year like this on the women's for a very, very long time. All that excitement is going to be going into the semi-finals and the finals later on. We've also got the women's qualifications to come more or less straight after this. The men's qualifications. It's going to get interesting as we move through this competition here. Kim Yain, Mina Markovic fighting it out on Mina's home turf to see which of them will be going home with the overall gold medal. Loic Timmermans, we were speaking to him a little bit earlier on today with his second climb then, over the first lip here, now moving up towards the crooks on this wall. Let's hope he's going to do enough here to see himself through into the semi-finals later on today.
Csabe Ki,
Ed Hamer, not a bad effort there at all for the athlete from Great Britain. No top, unfortunately. Loic still fighting out here as he hits the second lip now. A couple of big moves here, and unfortunately just couldn't quite get a hand to that next move. Sean McCall then, after a fantastic first climb for him at this competition, some people noticing he was climbing a little bit slower, and again seems to be taking his time here. We've seen that build-up of speed throughout the year here, faster and faster each time as he attacks the routes. He was a little bit ill, well, quite a bit ill over Valence, still managed to climb his way through to the finals, did exceptionally well there. And a good strong climb at the start of this competition here, but he has slowed down, as you can see here. This is much slower than we're used to seeing from Sean McCall. A little bit safe and secure here. It'd be great to see him standing on a podium at the end of the year as well. And you're not missing anything on Route 2 at the moment. It's looking like we are getting ready for another clean here before we move into the final third of athletes coming out. Rest here from Sean. We get ready to welcome Kim Jarvi, Sean McCall now back down on the ground. I'm going to be talking to him in a few moments' time about how he's feeling at this stage, whether he's feeling a little bit better than Valence. We get ready to welcome Kim Jarvi. As you can see, nothing happening at the moment on Route 2. It's looking like we are getting ready in a few moments to have a route cleaning.
to stop. You know, it gets my heart into it. I can look up, I can look around, and when it's too hard, or when it's hard enough that I choose not to stop, it's just because of that. It's a conscious decision. I know the holds are good, but I'm going to choose not to stop because I'm not tired or I'm feeling good. And it's all those little tiny decisions that we have to make as climbers that I usually they work for me. Sometimes I've skipped a rest and been like, oh, I should have stopped. Oh, don't think about that now, and you keep going, and then you think about it after. You look up and you see people resting, and you're like, yeah, maybe I could have stopped there a little bit longer. But no regrets. You can't have regrets when you're climbing. So.
Well, the wall at Valence as well, just before we get on to that, because I do want to speak to you about that, but the wall at Valence tended to be just constant incline madness from about the first 4 or 5 holds. From then on, the entire wall was on this constant increasing incline.
And were you talking about the finals?
Yeah. So do you find it, I mean, obviously this is on an incline as well, but especially for the women's, I remember in Valence, there was the undercling rest, I think during the semi-finals, maybe the finals. It was in such an awkward position that it looked like a really good hole to rest on, but actually they were getting more pumped the longer they stayed there. Do you find, what would you say is the most comfortable position to end up in if you're going to take time to rest? I know it varies for routes.
If I'm going to be in a rest, what would I like? I mean,
a ledge.
A ledge is nice. You know, I could sit down or a coffee. I'm usually not really tight for time, so you know I could sit there for 5 or 6 minutes before I had to keep going. But no, like during a competition route, I would say a knee bar.
And at what point on the wall?
Well, that's a good question too. Well, funny enough, when I'm in finals and make finals, I am anticipating the finals route is so hard that I can win, or, you know, try to win by only climbing like 3/4 of the route, because I already know that that's kind of in my peak forte of climbing. I usually don't think in finals like, oh, I'm gonna top the route and win. Maybe it's a weird mentality. It might not make sense to a lot of you, but usually if I top the route, usually someone else is also going to top the route, unless it was like really hard at the end that I just, you know, forced my way through. I mean, it's kind of also weird to think of it this way, but like I'm probably never going to win a comp in like the wall outside an IMST, and maybe it's like already like, oh Sean, you're already doubting yourself, of course you're not going to win. But when I'm climbing, I don't doubt myself. I just, after and before, I'm kind of thinking like the style of those routes are so just
long.
Yeah, long, and it comes down to fitness and endurance and how long you can hold on to holds that are, you know, kind of good but not great. And for me, you know, I like the style here, even in Valence, where it's powerful. You have to take risks. You have to be confident.
And Valence was only a 13-meter high wall.
And Valence was actually quite hard, even if you were short. With Ramonet and Hayin Bin that fell early on the route because of that. I mean, Sachi had his foot slip, Jakob had his foot slip. Lots of errors in that comp, but here should be good for me if I don't make too many errors. So I don't know.
Okay, so let's just go over to Valence and that whole thing. So you were really ill during the semi-finals.
Yep, and I guess finals as well, same day.
You said I think it was either maybe in between the semis and the finals or just after the finals. I remember speaking to you and you said, now I feel better. Now I've steadily got better throughout the day and I'm feeling okay during the finals. The semis, though, they were hard already. We were noticing they were some of the most exciting semi-finals we've seen all year due to the route setting and the way that the standard of the competition in general. How hard was it for you?
Well, it was really hard, I guess, mentally. In the end, it was hard physically too while I was climbing, but you know, I threw up pretty much all night. I had some sort of, I think, a case of food poisoning. That's my medical deduction. I know I woke up all night, I was throwing up. I woke up in the morning, and I was actually really lucky that the semifinals were at, I think they started at 12:30. I was the 20-something climber, so I didn't have to climb till 2:30. And if the semifinals were in the morning, you know, 9 or 10, there's like a good chance that I might have just bowed out, because at 9 or 10 in the morning I couldn't function. Like, I walked to the grocery store and I was like, okay, I have to eat something. Okay, I've just been throwing up all night. What do I need to eat? Okay, well, you know, trying to think here, like gears turning. Sugar. I need sugar. I need water. I need really need anything that I can actually eat, because in the morning I just couldn't eat. I got to ISO. I think in the morning I forced myself to eat a protein bar. I drank like, I don't know, lots of sugar. I had a Coke and cranberry juice. Anyways, I got to ISO and I pretty much just laid in ISO for 2 hours. I forced myself to warm up. I climbed the route, which was the physical part that was super hard for me, but the whole thing surrounding the whole semifinals made me, like, I guess you could say, pretty depressed. Just like trying to climb in that condition, and then I didn't have fun, and then I got down, and then I felt nauseous again. I ran outside, I came back, and the whole experience was really bad for me. And I compete because I love it. I love the feeling of climbing a route, of doing well. Even when I don't do well, I'm happy to be there. And that route, I even made finals, and it was still depressing. I was like, yeah, that's great, I'm in finals. Hopefully I don't feel like this in the finals, but yeah, it just made me really sad. I talked to like 1 or 2 people before leaving, and then I just left. It's like, I don't know, I couldn't handle it anymore. I compete because I love it, and I wasn't loving it there, and it took out the competition for me. It was, I don't know, it's a little bit weird.
Moving on to the evening event now, and onto the finals, and that second section where you went on did as well as you did. That surely turned things around for you at the end, right? Yeah, and a good backstory for that. I kind of touched on it in my blog and everything, but I had a nap in between, and I woke up, and I was hoping that I would just feel better, and sure enough, I did. So I ate something. I had 2 bananas. Oh, lots of food. And yeah, I did feel better in ISO, and I think ISO was really important for me because I was talking with Sachi, Adam, Jakob, and some of the French competitors, and we were just having a good time. We were talking about routes, competitions. They were talking about the Innsbruck bouldering championships that happened in between Valence and Kranj, and I was just having a really good time, and it made me kind of forget, that I was feeling ill. And then, I fit some time in to warm up in between, and we were just all having a good time. I was laughing, and that kind of turned it around for me. So I went out to preview. Of course, the atmosphere in Valence was great. We ran through the crowd, we previewed, and I just felt good. And then, kept going. I did my climb. I didn't feel nauseous or anything while climbing. I climbed really well. Even when I got down, I thought that I was actually in second place. But I was still so happy. I was waving to the crowd, and then someone told me, "Oh no, you get to sit in the chair." And then I was like, "Oh, that's great! Like I'm in first place." I was thinking, I'll probably be 4th, maybe 5th place after everyone else. Yeah, by the end. Really?
Yeah. Well, yeah, because next person was Adam. Of course, he beat me, so I was out of the chair in 5 minutes. And then I was like, yeah, okay, there's only 4 climbers. I'm already in second. I'll probably bump down a couple of places. And then one by one, they made really big mistakes everywhere. And I finished second. So I mean, it's great. After that whole weekend, I get to finish second again. But during the finals, I climbed to my full potential. It wasn't like I was feeling ill in finals and like, oh, maybe Sean could have won if he had climbed really well. Like, in finals, I climbed as if I wasn't sick. So it didn't matter that I was sick the night before and not feeling good. I still climbed in finals as well as I would climb in any World Cup. So
but it's really sort of vindication for you. It was for how it was in the sense, you had to slug through that section there. You spent a horrible day of it, and then had to climb again. You knew you had to climb again. So the fact of going home with the silver medal must make you feel a little bit somewhat vindicated. It's a good reason that I pushed through that.
Yeah, and also, I'm sure some people have thought about it. I didn't have any pressure in finals. I could have climbed in my finals and been 8th, and I would have been happy as long as I felt good climbing. And so all that pressure of, I want to be on the podium, I want to try to win, was all out the window. I wasn't focused really on trying to win or trying to beat any of these guys. I was really focused on, I hope I don't feel nauseous on the route. I hope I just climb and I can appreciate this route and the crowd. And I did. And I know that's like one of the hardest battles for a lot of the competitors, trying
not
to climb.
Up on the ground.
No, I hope that's not one of their battles. No, just to climb to their potential. Yeah. And I know it's hard for some people in competitions.
That'll lead me on to another question then. Hardest thing for a competition climber? General. Hit me with something.
Oh man. Bouldering or routes? Maybe
routes. Let's go with routes because we're
hardest
here at a
thing
route
for a route climber.
Hardest thing for a route professional competition climber. Time management, training. Would you say pressure? Would you say what?
I don't know.
Hardest thing for you?
Hardest thing for me?
As a climber?
Not eating too much.
Really? Diet?
That's like one of the hardest things for me.
Diet is the hardest thing.
I can eat so much food. It's unbelievable. Like, I made a rule for myself. I do not eat pizzas. during competition, like before qualifiers or before finals, because I'll order the pizza, and it doesn't matter how big the pizza is, I'll eat it, the whole thing. I'm not gonna leave like.
Talk to me about then the dietary requirements that you're on. Are you on a strict regimen, or is it just no pizzas?
No, yeah, okay, well that's just one, no pizzas, but no, mostly it's just like I don't know. I've heard the term thrown around. It's called like portion control, and I know it's a little bit used more for people that are maybe a little bit overweight, trying to get down to like you know, quote unquote normal weight. And for me, it's mostly just eating until I'm full, and then stop eating. Like you don't have to finish that bowl of pasta if you're not hungry, Sean. Just because it's gonna go in the garbage doesn't mean you have to eat it. It's like I said, like I can just eat and eat and eat and eat, and then yeah, I guess I feel heavy while I'm climbing. And
is that on your mind a lot of the time?
Not like a lot of the time. Most of the time, like I'll just order a meal and I'll get it and I'll be like, oh, okay, it's good, and then I'll eat the whole thing. It's like after I've eaten the whole thing, usually I could order another one and still eat it, even though I'm not hungry. And I don't know, it must be just North American mentality of just overconsumption, just ingrained in my head. Just classic North American, like eat. And I don't know, like it's funny. It's super funny. But I can eat so much, and so usually if I eat just the right amount and not too much, then I can do well. So for me, that's one of the hardest things.
And you said that yourself, because you have no coach, right? It's just you. You decide when you train, you decide what you eat, how often you do whatever, and what comps you're going to.
And my girlfriend obviously helps me immensely with this.
She's the same as you. She's a professional climber.
She's a professional climber, but her problem is not eating too much. It's very different for me. So I'll be eating my meal, and then I'll like go to like take another like bowl of pasta or something. She'll be like, you don't need to eat. Aren't you full? And I'll be like, oh, yes, I am kind of full.
So she's just slowly starving you then. That's
not even starving me. It's just like I don't know. It keeps me at the weight I am.
Best thing about being a professional climber. Finishing up on this one on a high. I'm gonna let you go and chill out for a little bit before the
best
semis.
thing about being a professional climber. I love so many aspects of being a professional climber. I would probably say being able to travel the world, see new places, and saying that I'm there for work, I guess. Like I get to go to Asia, I get to go back and forth to North America. I've been lucky enough with my sponsors, that I can actually do climbing professionally and not have to work during the winter to be able to save enough money. And for me, that's the best part. Coming to the competitions, seeing my friends, talking about them, what they're up to, maybe planning a trip, talk about training. Just being in the environment of a World Cup is really fun for me. And then I also like, being with fans. Like I like signing posters, and I like taking pictures, and I like that whole part of it, because when I was little, I always used to watch, soccer and ice hockey and all different sports, and I wanted to get photos with those people. And like even now, like I come from Vancouver, I'm a big Canucks fan, which is ice hockey for people that don't know. And if I saw one of the Canucks that I recognize, because I might not even recognize them, I'd want to take a picture with them, and they're probably going to be like, oh, I've taken so many pictures today, but I don't know, I like that. And so I also try to do it so that when people come up to me and they say, can I take a picture? I'm pretty sure I've never said no to someone, maybe if I was right about to climb, but I like taking pictures and signing autographs, and I think it's part of the job even. So I love it.
So it's a lifestyle.
Yeah, it is a lifestyle. I get to travel, I get to climb outside, I get to compete, I get to train with my friends, and I get to live in Europe. I mean, for North America, that's like living the dream already.
Okay, so you've got semi-finals later on today. Different format there. You liking that? You're liking that it's going to be qualies morning and semis in the evening, and then a nice big break before the finals, or would you prefer semis on the finals day?
I prefer semis the next day.
Semis the next day.
Because then it splits it up 2 and 2. Like then I could be like, go home now, go have lunch, play some video games, take a nap. I don't know, do whatever. Now I have to go home. I have to go and eat. I have to make sure I don't eat too much. And then I have to come back and climb another route. It's not bad. It's just
out of normal.
Yeah, it's just another competition.
Well, I hope I'm not commentating with you in the finals this year like we did last year. So
I hope I'm in the
it's not
finals.
happening.
But
I'm going to shake your hand there and say thank you very much, Sean.
Thanks, Dan. I'll talk to you later.
Well, nice to catch up with Sean after Valence. He's got a few more climbs yet to come today. Any questions you guys might have, if you want to get in touch with anyone here at the venue, use the hashtag in the bottom right hand corner of your screen. You can get in touch with us here at the venue. We'll try and answer anything you send our way. Also, don't be afraid of getting in touch while we are interviewing people as well. If you have any questions for, say, like Sean, if he's up in the booth and having a chat, or any of the other athletes we're talking to a little bit later on, send the questions in to us, and we'll try and get involved a little bit, and they can directly answer your questions through the Twitter feed as well. Currently on the wall, Bernard Roek, Magdalena's younger brother, and Martin Bergant for Slovenia as well. Roek just about to move into the final few tricky moves on Route 1, and Bergant hitting the first lip here.
Number 47, just finished. Bernhard from Austria. Next one is Ruben Fierdenburg from Germany, and with number 63, David Barnes from Great Britain. is Hannes Puman from Sweden.
David Barron's here for Great Britain, British bouldering champion. Competing in lead here now. Thomas Johannes next to him as well, starting to push into the final section of Route 2. Dave Barron's 32 years old from Keighley. 15th at the Men's Bouldering European Championship in Eindhoven this year. 18th at the Bouldering World Cup in Munich. 13th at Vale. 8th at Log Dragomer. And that was this year. Highest results so far to date is 3rd place in the men's bouldering IFSC World Championships in Qinghai in 2009. Fortunately, no top there for Thomas Johannes. Barron's working his way up to the roof.
Next one is Marcello Bombardi. We are calling Stefan Pennar and Jernej Kruder. Sebastian Halenke, please be ready for route number 1.
Hannes Pullman here, one to potentially watch out for as we move through the competition here in Kran. Young youth athlete, incredible performance at the World Youth Championships earlier this year in Canada. Very strong contender from Sweden. Here on his second climb of the day, next to Stefan Bednar of Slovakia. Jone Kruder next out as well. Also a keen boulderer. Several impressive performances this year. Remember the Slovenian team, and here on their home turf for our final League World Cup of 2013. The qualifiers now. He starts his second climb. Hannes Pullman now pushing up to the Blue Hemisphere before he moves over that final lip and onto the last 3 or 4 tricky moves here. No top then for Hannes Pullman. Jone Kruder still fighting here. Starting to move towards the end of our men's qualifications here. We'll take a very brief break before we get things underway again with the women's qualifications. Due to start at 2 p.m. here in Kran. Current time being 23 minutes past 12 local time to us. The routes are already on the wall. Setters get in just to make sure everything's ready to go, and then we get started around about 2 p.m. here. Support coming from the ground now as Jone moves across the crooks on route 2. Yiftash Kushnia for Israel as well, starting
Over on route 2, Eurostresen.
Sebastian Halenki, his second climb for today, trying to earn himself a place in the semi-finals. Look at him as he goes up here for Germany now, starting to move towards a potential first rest. Up with the left now, pushing up towards this purple volume on the wall. Going to start to move over to the left hand side in a moment, after slapping up with the right now to that pinch. You're still fighting here. Just move now up onto the giant grey volume. Sebastian coming off the wall here at that point. With his feet now moving across. Got to get a heel hook into the dish here on the left hand side. And unfortunately going up to that next lip, Sebastian coming down there.
Next one is Jonas from Canada. Potem še slovenski nastop, Klemen Pliča, lani je bil tam 14. Zdaj pa seveda malček spodbude za Jureta. Gremo Jure.
Great effort there from Eurostresen, but unfortunately no top there for him either. We go back over to Ilan Jonas McCray. Jonas McCray was with us in Canada on home turf for the World Youth Championships earlier this year. He has since been across and over in Europe, training with a few different teams. Put in a fantastic performance at Valence just recently.
From Ukraine and Martin Dekles from Germany.
And Stefano back out then after a conversation with us earlier on about Italian lead climbing. He's now here for his second climb of the day. Goes off with some strapping here on the left leg behind the knee. Something I'll have to talk to them about when we speak to him next as we move through into the semi-finals a little bit later on. Ilan looking good here. Let's hope he can get through this next little sequence around the Blue Hemisphere. Unfortunately, we lose Ilan there as well. A good effort there from him, but no top. Stefano still fighting here, hitting the second lip on the second route here. Trying to shake out fingers there. And the forearms as he moves through the last three moves. It's going to be tricky for him now. He's going for a pinch, but not on the hold. He's managed to get that left hand on. Right hand underneath. Can he make it up to the black? Yes, just about. A bit of a shaky finishing up for Stefano there, but he manages to cling on right to the very end, clips in, and that gives him a top here as well. Fantastic effort there. Clement Betjen now starting his second climb.
Second one to the top in this second round for qualification. Usmjerište Krana kaže u kvalifikacijskom plezanju zadnji, oziroma predzadnji slovenski predstavnik Klemen Ečan.
Anton Marashov for the Ukraine. Clement is also a boulderer, so this section here, around this next 3 to 4 moves, might be to his liking. Left now, and onto the blue hemisphere that's cost quite a few of the previous athletes their climbs. Didn't get the heel in. Christoph Hankey here on the wall. In a few moments' time, I was speaking to Sebastian Halenki about his experience here in the qualifying rounds, his teammate, as Christoph makes a push for a top today. Francesco Vetterata looking very good here. Can he manage to get that final hand up? Yes. Yes, he's just managed to secure that one there. Getting the clip and a top for Vetterata. To Akamada here then. And we have Gautier Super getting back onto the wall for his second climb after a successful earlier attempt. And after a medal just recently, a bronze medal at Valence, he was looking very good earlier. Coming towards the end of the men's qualifications, a brief break, though it won't be too long, to get things sorted here at the venue and get ready for the women's qualifications, due to start at 2 p.m. local time to us here. After the women's qualifications, we'll be taking another break while the wall is reset. The route set is coming into set for the semi-finals, and the semi-finals starts this evening at 8 p.m. local time. We'll be bringing you that one as well, so a long day of coverage.
Yourself, you're moving into the semi-finals now later on this evening. Are you worried at all that that kind of style might come back during the semis and the finals?
No, for me it's anyway quite good when there's some long movements or some dynos. That's really good. I'm hoping that it will be actually like something quite dynamic. That would be really good for myself.
You want that? You want that?
Yeah, for sure. I really want that. I'm hoping it won't be too crimpy and too kind of old school, let's say.
And so based on your performance here today, you've had the break since Valence. You've been back home, is it? Have you been back home and training?
Yeah, that's true. I've been back home, and then I was at the weekend between in Innsbruck, training there a little bit. But basically I've just climbed as I wanted to, because I was quite bad off my head, quite mentally bad. So I just wanted to relax, enjoy climbing a bit, and I think it was going quite good.
Now, we saw a really exciting finals in Valence and semi-finals throughout that day, both of us getting pretty excited about the routes that were set there and the overall competition. Is there a lot of excitement amongst athletes for this competition? It's Kran, it's the end of the year, it's the big bang finale.
Yeah.
Are people looking forward to it? Is there a good atmosphere down there on the ground?
Yeah, I would say so. It's quite nice competition. I'm liking it there. Well, it's for sure not comparable to Valence, but Valence and all the other French competitions, that's just, yeah, an own competition. It's uncomparable to the rest of the World Cups, but still it's quite good here. I like it a lot.
It's quite quiet at the moment as it's the qualifications. I know that they have sold tickets, I believe, for tonight, so the semi-finals, and now you're saying you know that you're in it. I think you're going to have a good crowd to climb in front
Yeah,
of
I think
tonight.
at night it's going to be a lot fuller, and it will be really cool, I think.
And tomorrow is going to be absolutely rammed when we get
Yeah,
into the
for
finals.
sure,
It
for
always
sure.
is here, and it's the last one of the year, so there's a lot of excitement building around that one as well.
Yeah, definitely.
So what's the plan for you after we finish here over Christmas? I mean, I know you're still studying, you've got a lot of stuff to do with work over Christmas and stuff, but are you going to be off climbing anywhere?
Yeah, for sure. I will be out on the rocks, traveling around a bit, going to climb on the rocks there and just enjoying life. That's going to be a really good plan, I think. Well, a part of school, but I've actually changed to a distance school, so it will be better for myself. I won't be that much in stress. So it's going to be quite a relaxed Christmas time.
And then next year, is there any chance we might be seeing you coming onto the bouldering and doing some bouldering as well as lead? I know we've speculated about this before. What are you thinking?
Well, it's quite improbable, because to qualify to be able to do some World Cups, I would have to do the whole German series of bouldering, and that's going out quite bad of the time. So I don't think I will be able to do this. It would be nice to try out 1 or 2 bouldering World Cups, but I think it just won't really work out. It would be nice too.
You got to focus on school at the moment, getting everything sorted, and also you've got the lead to prepare for next year.
Yeah, mainly also a lot of training for sure. I'm going to do a lot of sessions next year, sometimes about 8 sessions, something like that. So it will be a really full timetable for me.
Sebastian, great to catch up with you. I will talk to you during the semi-finals later on, and hope that we're not chatting with each other during the finals.
Yeah, that would be cool.
I look forward to seeing that one. Thanks.
Thank you a lot.
Sergei very, very nearly making it up into the final 4 moves there on Route 2. Unfortunately not to be. Sachi Amma here though. First roof. Successful earlier climb. And after coming 6th at Valence, there's a certain degree of pressure on him here to make sure that he has a very good performance going through Kran, holding on to that first place World Cup rank title as we move towards the end of the year and the award ceremony.
From Korea, will be me, and the last one is Nicola De Mattia from Italy. On the right side of the climbing wall, just 3 more climbers to go. Right now, Daisuke Kasahara from Japan, and then the last two, Jakob Schubert from Austria and Manuel Roman from France.
Daisuke Kasahara here now as well. Min Hyun Bin, last 3 moves. Final clip in, and Min coming back down now. Daisuke Kasahara here. We get ready to welcome our final athlete over on Route 1. 2 more to come after Daisuke, including Jakob Schubert and Manu. Daisuke resting here for a moment. Welcome our final athlete for Italy over onto our first wall. Cries of Gamba from the crowd as he carries on fighting here. Nicola Di Mattia for France, 28 years old, for Italy, sorry, 28 years old, just starting here, 37th at Purs this year, and that was the first time we saw him since 2010. He's here again now for the final cup of the year. Unfortunately can't quite make that final wall there. Jakob Schubert then, his final climb for the day. Well, until the semi-finals later on this evening, if this goes well for him. Very easy top earlier on. Nicola Di Mattia. Still working here on the left-hand side as well. Jakob just starting at the moment.
Do we now have a break here too? Yes, I'm pretty sure there's a break till 2. Excellent.
Jakob into the tricky section here now, moving up through the crooks. One move away here, Jakob clipping in, securing himself a very comfortable position in the semi-finals a little bit later on. One more athlete yet to come, Manu rounds, which will happen pretty much immediately after this. We will be taking a break for around about 30 minutes, half an hour. Back with you guys around about 2 p.m, which is when the women's qualifications is due to start. One more move for Manu, and that is it. And a top for him, which secures again another place in the semi-finals later on this evening. For now though, that is it from us here for the men's qualifications. We will be back with you around about 2 p.m. local time to us to get things started with the women's qualifications. Thank you for being with us. We'll see you in about half an hour.
Ke ugasnem. Ej, čauka, si ti lahko staneš?